All right, I feel a lot better. Food in the stomach. So it's a pretty quiet day at my house today, so I figure I'm going to keep going on this. And if I'm going to keep going on this, I might as well do it live, huh? So where did we leave off? Right. Okay, so we got the box one working, and this error is for whatever the new thing is. Hey, Scooter, I'm back. It's a really quiet day at my house. There's like nobody here, and the only person who's here is like asleep, not feeling well. So I'm just working on brushing up on my Rust, and I might as well do it live. If you're gonna fail, you might as well do it publicly, right? Okay. So this looks like it's in the arc exercise. We live and learn. Or we live and learn. Oh, we need tunes. Okay. Okay, a local variable with a similar name exists. Shared numbers. Well, let's read the description. Make this code compile by by filling a value for shared numbers where the to-do comment is and create an initial binding for child numbers somewhere. Try not to create any copies of the numbers vec. Okay, so it wants us to use the automatic reference counting. So, ooh. So this is going to be an arc new, and we pass it numbers. Okay, let's see. Child numbers on line 22. Is that just a bug where child numbers is supposed to be shared numbers? Because I don't see any other reference to it. That's going to be my guess. Is I think that child numbers is supposed to be the same thing as shared numbers. Okay, so we end up moving it here. Oh. This is where Rust starts getting confusing to me. So this will be the time of day where you all get to see me really struggle. I still believe that child numbers is the same thing as shared numbers was supposed to be. And I remember this move syntax. So we're moving anything from out here. Excuse me. Use occurs due to use enclosure. Thanks for the follow, Zero to Hero. All right. What is going on here? Move occurs because child numbers has type arc. Which does not implement the copy trait. Okay. Okay, so, but I don't see where the problem is. It's okay that we move it in there, right? Or is shared number supposed to be the arc, and then we're supposed to create a child? Let's look at the hint. Let's see what the hint says. Maybe that'll tell us something different. Okay. Make shared numbers be an arc from the numbers vector. Okay, we did that. Then in order to avoid creating a copy of numbers, you'll need to create a child numbers inside the loop, but still in the main thread. Child numbers should be a clone of the arc of the numbers instead of... Oh, okay. So child numbers is a thing. So let child numbers here equal shared numbers dot clone. Just one more thing and I should be done with the site redesign. Hopefully it can get accepted. That would be really awesome, Rocker Boo. Like I'm really hyped for you. All right. Now we have iterators. Iterators 2. What happened to iterators 1? Okay. In this module, you'll learn some of the unique advantages that iterators can offer. Complete the capitalized first function to pass the first two cases. Apply the capitalized first function to a vector of strings. Ensure that it returns a vector of strings as well. Apply the capitalized first function again to a list. Alright, so capitalized first is taking the characters, it's iterating over it. What's this talking about? Cannot find value capitalized words in this scope. Okay, that's a new function it wants us to create. So what's wrong with this one? Complete the capitalized first function to pass the first two. All right, so we only do this one time, so that gives us the first character. If it's empty, then we return an empty string. If there is a character there, then we return back first.collect string plus C as string. Okay, so we've got the primitive chair type. Why are you opening over there? That's not where I wanted you to open. Ooh. Dark. Alright, what do we have on here? I'm sure there's like a 2 uppercase. Yep. Okay, so we should be able to just call as str.to uppercase, right? You can push a char into the string. I'm not sure what you mean, Vega. Well, so this is like really... We've got kind of 2 sets of errors here. Let me back up here. So the first set of errors is method not found on char collect. So that's because it's not a string yet. Okay, so this one's quite the mess. We've got a few errors here. So this is not as str though. So this would be 2 uppercase, right? Method not found in standard string chars. Right. Hold on. I'm mixing up my errors here between the ones that are Alright, I kind of want to comment out these tests though, just so I can get a feel for the difference between the errors that are being generated for this versus the stuff for what I'm working on. So let's comment those out really quick. Okay, so 2 uppercase was not found. So, but that exists on wait, what type are we on? Now this is on a char. So what am I missing here? That's what C should be, right? This should be an array of chars, which would make C.next return that, but it's saying that that is not. I mean, in theory, this is it to uppercase, right? Yeah. I'm not sure why it didn't work here, though. I don't know what I'm missing here. Oh! Because C is not the individual char, it's the entire array. Ah, silly mistakes. So now we can uncomment these out. And now we need to create a function capitalize words. And then, I mean, we can just return back capitalize first for now, even though this is going to be wrong. I guess we can call that input too. Now this should compile, but just give us no. Wait, what? Oops. Apparently I can't type. Wait, oh, it's capitalized. Hold on. Oh, it is capitalized. There's just similarly named things. So down here we have this capitalized words. This equals capitalize words. Oh, okay. And this is even easier than I thought. And so this is gonna be the same thing. And words. So we need to go up and we need to iterate over our list Yeah, I know you're complaining online. 44. We need to come back to this one. No, we want the reverse of this. We want to solve this one second. So this we actually want to, it's going to take a vec of str. It's going to return the same thing. And then we need to vec dot, so we need to loop over it. I guess what we really want to do here is like a mapping function, right? Don't forget to use collect at the end. Let's rest by example. All right. Nope, that's not what I want. I want mapping functions. It has been a while since I've done all this. Okay. No, I want the collect method. Oh, yeah, that iterates over it, but that's not what I'm looking for. No. There we go, iterators. Okay, yep, familiar with that. That's implementing iterators, methods that consume them, some methods that produce other iterators. Yep, so map. So that's what we want. It's this little pipe thing. I guess just like Ruby, huh? So we want to do a input dot map word. Right? Right. Yep. Okay. Easy enough. Expected due to this. Wait. No method name map found for struct standard vec in the current scope. Why is there no map function? Oh, because we need to do it on the iterator, not on the map itself. Iter.map. There we go. Mismatched types. Expected struct standard vec found struct standard iter map. Oh, because we need to do the collect. All right. Value type standard string cannot be built from standard iter item. Wait. This is where we need to do a vec. Right? I always forget the syntax for doing this. Yeah, that's not right. I know there's two ways to do it. One is by declaring the variable of the type. Value of type standard vex cannot be built from iterator. Standard string. Oh, I think we're trying to do this string, right? Yeah, so this is really what I wanted, is capitalized words should probably return this. Or I think what you were talking about, Vega, is in this map, if I had done capitalized first and then did a to str on it, then that should have worked. All right. No implementation for standard vex standard string equals. Wait, what? Okay, so actually that's what it looks like it wants based on that assertion. So I guess we don't really need all of this. We need this. Ooh, maybe not. Oops. Oh, as. I always forget that. As str. So we're kicking the ball down the court a little bit. All right, line 44. What are we complaining about? Expected struct standard string and found and. Wait, what? No, so that is what it wanted. Oh, okay, so. So I'm vaguely remembering how this works. I know that there's a way to get this to remap it based on the type you're assigning it into. So let me just, I'm going to comment out, wait, where is it? I'm going to comment out this test really fast just because I want to see whether the other one works. And str. Oh, so they, okay. I'm confused here. So this one wants it returned back as a single str string. And so I just have to remember how to do this conversion here. If I just put what do you got going on, Rocker Boo? Let's see. What's this? Oh, this looks really good. I like it. All right, where is... It's using the trait. I'm trying to remember what this looks like. I remember there being one way that you call after the function call and another way where you set. This is just going to show us how to iterate over it. And I know there's a way to do it without redoing a map. I know that I've seen it, I know that I've used it, and now it's like escaping me. I don't want to have to look for solutions. I know I've seen this before. And I can't for the life of me remember how it was done. Alright, we're going to cheat and go to Google. Assuming somebody solved it. Iterators 2. Nope. Nope. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember what this is called to even be able to search for it. Yeah, mapping, we already know how to do that. Are we just calling collect on it? Is that what it is? So in this case, we should be able to call .collect, right? Is that what it is? There's an associated function with a similar name. Is it iter.collect? I know there's a way to do this, and it's escaping me. I don't have to do the whole map thing, and I know that I don't have to. And that's what's driving me nuts. If I wasn't aware of this, I would... I know that I've done this before. I don't think we have to remap it. I swear we don't have to remap it. Rocker Boo, how good are you at with this stuff? I know you've done some Rust. Oh, you weren't paying attention. I'm trying to do the collect stuff, and for the life of me, I can't remember it. I know that there's a shortcut way to do this, where this is returning back a vec of STRs, and we want to put it into a vec of string. And in this case, we want to take that vec of STRs and make it 1. And I know there's a shortcut for this, and it's driving me nuts. I can't remember what it's called or what to search for to find it. it's funny, like I know I've seen this. Rustlings. Iterator 1, right? That's the one we're on. Iterators 2. Wait. What directory is it under? Standard library types. Iterators 2. Let's see. It does do a collect. And so for both of these, they're doing the whole... Wait a second. They didn't even create their own function here. That's not right. That's not how you were supposed to solve it. It clearly says... Let's see. Let's see. Standard library types. They skipped iterators 2. Alright, let's look at iterators 3. And do they do the same thing? No. Did I? Let's see. Iterators 2. So they did the same thing. Were we not supposed to create our own function? Did I mess up here? No, it just says apply it to a list. Crap. Alright. That was my fault. We weren't ever supposed to create this. I still know that there's something that exists for what I was trying to do. So, in this particular case, we need to do a words.map or iter.map. And then we're going to do a capitalize first W. It's a string dot collect. Function with a similar name exists. Wait, what? Oh, it's just complaining about this. I'm like, what? Okay, so this one is words.iter. What has begun? Did you submit your PR? Oh no, so this one is different. This one is where we have to get creative, right? Oh, it's pushing it all into a string. So this is capitalize first W dot collect string. Wait. Capitalize first returns back a string though, right? That should work, right? Expected and str found struct standard. Capitalized first returns back a string. So this should be a string. It should end up giving us a slice of string, well, an iterator. And then we're trying to collect that into a string. So why does that not work? Consider borrowing here. There we go. All right, where are we at? Iterators 3. Expected enum, standard result found on line 27. Wait, what? Expected enum found. Oh, because we're not. All right, so this is a bigger exercise than most of the others. You can do it. All right, here's your mission. Should you choose to accept it, complete the divide function to get the first 4 tests to pass. Okay, and then uncomment the last 2 functions. Okay. Okay, this function should calculate a divided by b if a is evenly divisible by b. Okay, so if a mod b, wait, if a is evenly divisible by b. Okay, so yeah, if a mod b is 0, then we're going to return a divided by b. Otherwise, it should return a suitable error. Okay, what are our errors? Oh, it's a result, so it needs to be okay. We're just gonna pick a number for here for now. Awesome, man. I hope it gets accepted. Wait, what? This should compile. What am I missing? Okay, expected enum standard result found. So this is got to be just because we're not returning anything, right? So, I don't know. We'll just division error. So we'll just return back that. I don't know. Division error. Divide by 0. Found enum. What? I'm so confused right now. Is this just because I'm not returning? Is it that simple? Dr. Doomenberg, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for the raid. We're back to messing around with some Rust. Okay, so I think the first thing we should do, and back to pink. Alright, so if B is 0, we're going to return a divide by 0 error, not divisible error. You like being consistent? I mean, I value that. We should just make the bot recognize when you say something and then turn it to pink. Okay, what is this talking about? Oh, because we're not returning back anything. All right, this. Wait, if it's. So it's supposed to, I guess, at this point, then we would be returning back a division error, not divisible error. And dividend is A, and divisor is B, and we need to wrap all this. You wouldn't be opposed to that. I need to use more functions. I'm trying to decide if I'm redesigning all my code with more functions on stream or off. Also, I hear this term refactoring every now and then. This term is new to you. Yeah, I don't need the return here. I ended up using it before because of these. So, Dr. Dumenberg, refactoring is when you take code that you already have working and then change it so that it's cleaner or more performant, but you're not really adding any features or functionality. You're just changing the way the code is organized. Does that make sense? Help remove these oh, this is error. Variant not divisible, error not found here. Oh, it's not a variant of division error. It's just its own error type. Gotcha. Okay. Expected enum division error found struct not divisible error. What? Expected enum division error. Oh no, okay. Wait. Oops. That was my fault. So it should be a division error, and it should be not divisible. And contained within it is this not divisible error. There we go. So it's pretty close. Then contextually putting a bunch more functions in to make it cleaner would be refactoring. Yeah, or like let's say you wrote a function for something and then you turned it into a class or something like that, or you know, change the parameter types or things like that. If you ever watch me work on the bot, you'll see me like try to just get code working first, and then you'll watch me clean it up and be like, okay, well this really makes more sense if it's here, or you know. All right, next issue, iterators 4. Okay, complete this function to return the factorial of a number. Do not use return. Try not to use imperative style loops. No additional variables. For an extra challenge, don't use recursion. What? All right. Let me wrap my head around this for a second because this is... So it wants us to implement factorial, which... And it doesn't want us to use a loop or recursion. How would we do that? I mean, any ideas? How would we do this? Like, obviously we could implement this, you know, fairly quick using recursion or a loop. How would you do it with a match statement? Hint accumulator. Accumulator. Let's look that up. Thanks for the hint, the Seuss. Let's see. Accumulator. Am I not spelling this right? Oh, that's a crate, though. Oh, okay, okay. So part of the iterator stuff. Trifold takes two arguments: an initial value and a closure with a closure with two arguments, an accumulator and an element. Oh yeah, range would work. I know I've seen some examples of iterating over a range too. Well, that's iterating over that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, for number in. So it would be, guess we'd have like let result u64 equals 0. Your suggestion is using fold. I don't know whether even when I was like first starting to learn Rust the last time, I don't know whether I've ever seen fold used. Let's see. Does Go have list of comprehensions of using? I'm not sure I understand the question. What's in my OPSEC? Okay, so the sum of all the elements of the array. Okay, so the first thing is in fold is that the accumulator? Or the accumulator is the thing being passed down. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out. I'm totally open to trying to find new ways of doing this. Okay, so in this case, we need to take a range here, right? Right? So that would be our range. Then we would iterate over the range. If I'm thinking of this correctly. We start with 0. No, we would start with num. Num. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, 0 dot dot num dot iter. Well, we wouldn't want to start with 0, right? For factorial, because then if we ended up multiplying by 0. So iter, and then this would get us fold. And then we would have... Okay, let's make sense of this last part here. So this is the closure that's going to be executed. So x is the current number, and accumulator is the end result. So I guess 0 would be the first time, right? No, we would still want that to be 1, right? All right, let's try this. So this would be our accumulator, and then we'd have x, and then we would want... Can we do a times equal in Rust? Does this do what we think it does? Method not found in centered range. So that range does not have an iterator. Yeah, oh, I got you. So whatever the return value of this is gets applied to the accumulator. Thanks, Eddie. So the range has fold on it directly. Oh, look at that. So we just have to figure out our factorial tests are failing. So this likely has something to do with my initial value here being wrong. What did we get? up here. Its actual return type needs to be self. All right, positional argument and format string, but was not given, and self. Cannot assign to immutable argument. We don't really need. Expected struct standard string found. Is that what this is? Oh, that's because the semicolon here. Yeah. I keep doing that. I'll keep trying to do it without the return statement, and then I'll get an error, and then every time I forget to look to see whether I left the semicolon there or not. All right, traits 2. Traits 2. Okay, your task is to implement the trait append bar for a vector of strings. To implement this trait, consider for a moment what it means to append bar to a vector of strings. Okay, so I want to double check here because my guess is what it's asking us. Rockerboo, you should definitely learn Rust too. I know you were trying to learn some while you were watching me do the bot and Go, so you should definitely learn some Rust as well. Okay, so I want to look at the tests because my guess is when it says to append bar to a vector of strings, it's saying that it wants us to add bar as the last string in the vector. However, I could be wrong and it could be asking us to append bar to every string in the vector. So let's look at the tests to see exactly what it's looking for. Okay, so string from foo. Okay, so we're putting foo in it, append bar. Nope, it's looking for us to push one onto the end. Okay, so the first one is right. Oh, now I gotta remember what this is. It's impl append bar for string. Is that right? Okay. So this should be a self.push string from bar. Does push return back? Hold on. Expected char found struct. The auto pairs plugin for Vim. Yeah, and the other thing I need to figure out how to get working still is my Rust analyzer. I broke everything because I decided to download the new NeoVim nightly with the built-in language server protocol, and yeah, Rust analyzer is just like broken. So we're dealing with like no suggestions or anything. So mismatch type, expected standard string because of return type. Oh, wait. This is probably not returning back what I think it is, so we just need to return. Or I guess we just type self, right? VS Code is very good, speaking as a Vim guy. Yeah, I will agree. So what's interesting is you're seeing me in NeoVim and inside of like Arch Linux and stuff. but I actually just had rewiped everything and put this back. I had been a Linux person and Vim person most of my life. Um, I work for Microsoft. I decided a few months ago to try Windows for the first time since Windows XP. I've got like a Surface here, and I did for, I don't know, about 6 months, I did Windows with VS Code. And with WSL and VS Code Remote, I was actually pretty impressed. I mean, some of the speed I missed with Vim mode. There was definitely some glitchiness there and speed and bugginess with it. But I mean, for the most part, it was pretty good. I mean, I was developing with it for like 6 months. Unexpected token. What am I missing here? All right, method not found in standard string fact exchange. Wait, because this is not what we want. We want this to exist for vex. This is what we're implementing it on. Cannot borrow as mutable. So we want a mute self. There we go. How much of this do you all think I'm going to remember when I start working on the project in Rust? You always put it in opt VS Code? Generics. Oh, generics. Rocker boo. We're in a language with freaking generics, man. Thanks for the follow, Bavlov. So I'm making that joke for anybody who's here. I'm a Go person. I've been in the Go world since 2011, and that's primarily what I write in. So, yeah, we don't have generics, sadly, still. All right. Expected identifier while parsing the type for mutable shopping list. Okay, so let's see. Well, this is, we've been doing this, so this should be and str, right? The exorcism exercises are much more advanced if you like. Streamlabs is anti-generics. And you started Rust with Rustlings. Yeah, a coworker of mine who like does, because I primarily do Go stuff. He's like the Rust person on the team. Pointed it out as a good way, and I figured I had already read the Rust book and done some things with Rust. I've committed some things in Rust. You know, I wasn't very good at it, but I could move around okay-ish. And it's been a few months since I did that, so I figured Rustlings was a cool way to maybe like refresh my memory. Although now I'm like struggling with it more than I thought I would. I guess I forgot a lot more. That's what happens when you don't use something long enough for it to be committed to memory, I guess. All right, generics 2. But yeah, I'm really liking Rust. I mean, I don't think it's going to replace everything that I do, but you know, there's definitely a mix match between not a mix match, but like there's definitely things that I do that Rust is particularly suited for, especially this new project I'm going to be working on. And you know, and then there's other things like writing an API server, like productivity wise, Go just seems to be so much faster for me to do. Yeah, the compiler is freaking amazing. Like, I love that it recommends it. It's like, you know, hey dummy, just add and mute. You're like, oh, okay. All right, expected unsigned 32 found and str. Ooh, what are we doing with this one? What are you telling me? This powerful wrapper provides the ability to store a positive integer value. Rewrite it using generics so that it supports wrapping any type. Okay. So... let's see. Thanks for the follow, Carol. We are so Stockholm Syndrome by all other previous compilers. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So that's our wrapper type. Well, I know we're going to have T here, right? And this is going to be of type T. Right? Not found in the scope. All right, let's look at the Rust book. Well, maybe we'll look at the hint first, and then we'll look at the book. Hint. Generics 2. Okay. Currently we're wrapping only values to type U32. Maybe we could update this reference. Oh, that's right. I always forget you need to put it here. And the coworker Ryan of mine explained this to me. Why this is the case. Let's fill it in, and then we'll reason about it. So here we're using the generic type T so that we don't have to supply the type for this. So, oh, okay, this makes sense. So we're implementing this for type T and getting an error message from some proprietary high-end C compiler, then looking into the docs to understand just conclude we still don't get what the error means. Yeah, and I didn't do a ton of C and C++, so I didn't suffer nearly as much as other people have. So I'm just trying to reason about this really fast. So I think that's because we're speaking about this type as a whole, like one type, the wrapper of T. And then here is where we're saying we're implementing it for that type. I really need to kind of wrap my head around this a little bit more. Why we're not just saying we're implementing this for wrapper T. T would not be known if impl T were not there. Interesting. Impl string works. I mean, I guess we could try it, right? Is in generics 2. T not found in the scope. Okay. So this is sort of passing that along. But would that work? Unconstrained type parameter. Okay. An imaginary magical school has a new report card generation system written in Rust. Imagine if schools actually used modern technologies, or hospitals. Currently, the system only supports creating report cards where the student's grade is represented numerically. 1.0 to 5.5, okay. However, the school also issues alphabetical grades A plus to F minus and needs to be able to print both types of report card. Make the necessary code changes to support alphabetical report cards, thereby making the second test pass. Okay, so that means we're gonna need to make report card generic over type T. Okay. And then here we're going to implement T. Uh-oh, what'd I mess up? Pub grade T. Oops. That means this impl will use generic T, right? I love how GCC won't give you a warning if your function int foo doesn't return a value, at least with that wall. T cannot be formatted with the default formatter. Is this the thing we do this? No. T cannot be formatted using. Alright, what are we missing? Derive.
It appears that we've detected another Heisenberg, sir. Or rather, we haven't.
I don't think it's a Heisenberg. I think it's just Eric doesn't know what the hell he's doing. The type standard format display is not implemented for the type.
Remind the viewers again, sir. How many years have you dedicated to achieve this level of mastery?
Oh, right. This is, I remember this. I forget what this is called when you do this. There's a name for it. Why can't I remember this? I should not have gone so long without writing Rust. Expected 1 of 7 possible tokens. Wait, what did I mess up? Standard format display. Okay. Now we're just down to failing tests. Generate alphabetic report card. Left Gary Potter 11, achieve grade of 2.1. Wait a second. Trait bounds. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. Okay, so okay. So this is just because we didn't do the to-do, right? So so we need a new one of these, right? And it should be A+, right? And I mean, I'm sure we could have also done this too, right? Oh, because they're not the same type. Good to know. Time for threading. Has anybody here done a lot of concurrent programming in Rust? What's your experience like with it? Then follow-up question, have you ever done any concurrency in like Go, and how do you feel about the difference between them? Make this compile, execute Rustlings hint threads 1 for hints. The idea is the thread spawned on line 21 is completing jobs while the main thread is monitoring progress until 10 jobs are completed. If you see 6 lines of waiting and the program ends without timing out when running, you've got it. Okay. So let's say we're doing some imports. We're creating our job status type. We're creating an arc, wrapping our job status, cloning status so that we can copy that over, or move it, I should say, into our thread, iterating over arrange, sleeping, and then adding 1 to that. Okay. And while status.jobs completed is less than 10, we're going to wait. Okay, so where's our issue? Can't assign to data in an arc. Oh, here. Can't assign to data in an arc. So I'm guessing we need to wrap this in a mutex. Let's check out our hints. Oh. Arc is an atomic reference counted pointer that allows safe shared access to immutable data, but we want to change the number of jobs completed, so we'll need to also use another type that will only allow 1 thread. Data. Yeah, okay. So we need to wrap it in a mutex, and I want to see, because I know that there's an order. I think we have to do the mutex first and then wrap the arc around it, if I recall. When I realized that thanks to the borrow check rules, the code is compile time guaranteed to be data trace free, was mind-blowing. Yeah, it really is, though I have found a couple of issues with that. I don't think I have the code here to show, but there was an example I was trying to create that was like a threaded server where I wanted a type that wrapped the connection. So that would mean that that connection type owned the underlying socket. But then I had like this weird handoff issue with the server also needing access to that. I'm trying to remember, it was, I don't know, 9 months ago when I was working on it. And I remember like really struggling with trying to find a solution to it. Okay, so, okay, I was right. So we wrap it in a mutex first. Then we wrap the arc around it. Double mutability. Okay, so in this case, we want to take this job status. Wait. No, yeah, here. And we're going to wrap this in a mutex. And then we need to lock dot. I think we have to unwrap it first, if I recall. Type or module mutex. Oh, it's unknown field jobs completed. And now we don't need to manually unlock this. Oh no, because it's waiting. We do need to unlock this. No? Okay. Hold on. Let's double check this. Where's the mutex? So it automatically unlocks itself. Facing a similar issue in a single-threaded program where I want to walk a series of inputs that could have a dependency which also needs to be added to the series. I think the solution I'll end up with is using 2 vectors. Yeah, I need to go back to it at some point. So it looks like it unlocks by itself. So where's our issue? So we're just sort of hanging out here waiting. Oh, wait. When 21 is completing jobs while the main thread is monitoring progress until 10 jobs are complete. If you see 6 lines of waiting and the program ends without timing out when running, you've got it. Okay. So we didn't time out. So I was right. That's actually pretty cool too. So in Go, one of the things that I always loved about Go is because oftentimes you'll do things like this with locks, and then you'll forget to unlock it, or you'll open a file and forget to close it, or things like that. So in the Go world, you could do a mutex stop lock, but then you can write defer mutex unlock. And then what this would do is when the function returns, it'll call that function. And so you can do that same thing, if you wanted to do like a file dot open, right? Just simplifying here. And so that you can kind of keep it, your initialization and shutdown logic close by, so you always remember to do them and they don't get lost in the code. Blocks have their lifetime, so move moves the variables inside the closure. Yes. So the fact that this is here, and I forget exactly why this syntax is what it is, but yeah, status share now becomes owned by this thread. And therefore, if we tried to call it here, okay. Yeah, it is really awesome. Well, and I guess even in Rust, right? Do you have a way of doing that for your own types that might have, some sort of shutdown logic? Okay, so we're looking at using as. Oh, you can implement a trait called drop. Okay. And so basically whatever the thing is that would typically trigger that unlock or things like that would also call your thing. So like a typical, destructor in C++ or something. Okay, no implementation for F64 divided by usize. Okay, so here's our values iterator fold. Okay, so A and B. A is our accumulator, B is the value. We're adding the two of them together. And then the accumulator becomes that. Okay, so that becomes our total. And then we're dividing values by length. So I know that we need to do like a total as F64, right? Can we just do it in line here? Is there a way to just say like total as F64 here? Oh, usize. Usize. Oh wait, no, we probably don't want to do that because we're gonna we want that to be f64. So what we really want is a let len equal values dot len as f64. Drop has a reasonable default implementation for all types. If you make something like a smart pointer, you could implement your custom one. Okay. All right. This is from into. I don't remember these ones the first time I went through Rustlings, so... Alright, the from trait is used for value-to-value conversions. If from is implemented correctly for a type, the into trait should work conversely. You can read more about it. Okay. We implement the default trait to use it as a fallback when the provided string is not convertible into a person. Okay, let's see. So this default is the trait that we're implementing on person. Okay. Your task is to complete this implementation. In order for the line let p equals person from mark 20 to compile, please note that you'll need to parse the age component into a usize with something like for.parse. Okay. The outcome of this needs to be handled appropriately. Okay, 1. If the length of the provided string is 0, then return the default. Split the given string on the comma percent, extract the first element. Alright, so let's look at this first. So from a string for person from, okay, so we have that. So the first thing we need to do is check the length of it. Right? The length of provided string is 0, then you need to return the default person. Okay. So person. Is that a static method? Is that how that's going to work? So let's check if s.len is 0, then in here, from is the string. Because we don't have self here. I don't think it doesn't work like a static method, right? So we can't just call like person default, right? Or wait, no, because if it was a static method, it would be like this, right? Oh, okay. Awesome. That, I guess that does work then. Okay, split the given string on the comma present in it. So we need to look at our... We need a str. Okay, so we have a split. An iterator over substrings of this string slice separated by characters matched by a pattern. The pattern can be a string char slice of char. Okay. And collect on it. Okay. So then we can do a s.split, comma, dot collect. well, this would give us an iterator, so we would want to do... You can implement that with macros. What do you mean? Hit me with the knowledge, Eddie. I love that Dr. Dumenberg just like did a drive-by and made us pink here and left it that way.
Intruder alert. An unauthorized connection has been detected.
All right. So I know that we can iterate over these. Well, no, I think we want that, right? We want to do... Oh, you were continuing your previous comment. Okay. So collect would give us the parts, right? So let parts, right? Thanks for the follow, JJR. Wait, consider using a semicolon here. What are we talking about? Oh. No, that's not what we want because we want it to return. Okay, so here we have our parts. And so now, I guess we would need to, okay. Extract the other month's person for the operation and parse it into a use size as the age. If while parsing the age something goes wrong, then return the default person. Okay, so we're gonna end up like using the default person quite a bit. So we've got this split. And so we know it's not empty, so there's always a first element. So we can create our person here, right? So our person here, and their name is going to be parts 0. Cannot infer type. Why can't you infer the type? Name is a string. Can't you use the ... syntax? What do you mean? Why can't we infer the type? When we split over this, we know that it's... I mean... Oh. Oh, right. Okay. Because this is actually an and str. But we should be able to do toString here, right? So we could do that. However, what this is saying, and I'm guessing the tests are there for, is it's saying if the name's empty, then return the default person, which we know is not the case. And it says that parse it into usize. If while parsing the age something goes wrong, then return the default of person. Oh, wait a second. Is it saying return the default age, or is it saying return the default person altogether? I suppose that's a good question. I mean, let's just do this to begin with then. Can we call a function there? Does that work? Ooh, it does work. Okay, so here's where we were going to borrow their logic for parsing. Dot parse. here we're going to say let age equal parts 1 dot parse. Okay, so we also want to check. Well, I guess there's no point in even getting here, so let's check the length of parts first. So if parts.len equals or is less than 2, then we know we don't have enough to do our full thing, and we're going to return the default person. At this point, we know that there's 2. We have enough. So we'll default this. Return person here. And then here, I guess we're going to match on age, right? And if we have okay, then we're going to say age equals A. And then if we have an error, then we're going to return person default, I think. What are we talking about? Why do so much repeating? Help me out. I'm all ears. This is just me toying around with Rust. Show me the way. What's the idiomatic way to kind of reduce this down? Let's see, len. Parts.len. Match returns a value 2. Right. So, I mean, you know, obviously we could do something like this, right? Like let person equal person default, right? And then if the length is you know, actually we don't even need this. Because obviously I compared to 0 and 2. No, so these are two separate things. So one is comparing whether or not the string itself is empty. And if the string itself is empty, then we return the default person. And then we're splitting it on comma. Use a match statement. I'm use a match instead of if statements for everything with if guards. Hey, Joker Dan. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out here what we mean by reducing all of this down. Because I know we're pointing out the comparison to 0 and 2, but they're actually comparing two different things. One's the length of the string itself, and one's the length of the array of parts after it gets split. So, I mean, I suppose we could do this, right? We could get rid of this. And we could say, if s dot length is 0, or the part's length is not, and that would get rid of that. And I mean, you never use if statements? Ooh, broke something. Oh, forgot our semicolon. Expected enum standard result found u size. Wait, what? But if I did that split len equals, wouldn't I just be splitting it again? Because at this point, I want to collect them into an array. Or into a vector, I should say. Expected enum standard result found u size. What? Oh, because this is not unwrapped. This is what I really want. I want person.age. Match s.len parts.len. I got what you mean. You're wanting to do like the whole match guard thing. Right, so the vector, if you split an empty string, I would assume that, because normally when you split, it would give you just one element, which would be the empty string, right? Right. So we don't care about that. Try it. Okay, let's see. We can... Let's just create our own test here real quick. Well, I guess first we need to get our code. Let's fix our error here real quick and then we can try it. Let's see. Provo, what's going on? Thanks for the raid. Oh, that's right. Play.rust.lang. Let's try it out. All right. All right, we're going to have to bump up the font here a bit. Okay, so if we have a string that is empty, actually, so let's do a dot split on comma dot len, right? This is what we're looking for. How was your stream? So I am pretty new to Rust. I've done some patches for stuff and submitted some small features. It was months ago. I'm like right now I'm trying to brush up on my Rust because I'm going to start doing even more Rust. I'm primarily a Go person. Oh, you got Alacrity running on Raspberry Pi? Awesome. You can actually see here Alacrity uh is my terminal emulator of choice as well. Let's see. Format argument must be string literal. Wait, what? Oh, right. I forget with Rust that print line is still a format string. Let's see. No method found for struct standard split. Oh, we need to collect on it, right? Type annotations needed. Wait, what are we complaining about here? Cannot infer type of type parameter B declared on the associated function collect. Let's split this out really quick. Let parts equal. Oh, I get what you mean. You're talking about, let's just tell it what we want. So it is 0. No, because we're not, that's collecting it into a string, right? So we want a vec of string, right? Yeah, why can't every site have a dark mode? Yeah, can we just build that into like Chromium and get it over with? Oh, wait. So it has a length of 1, so we were right. So it looks like it will still give us back 1 element, which I'm imagining is just an empty string. So that works the same way as most languages do. All right, so what did we break? Oh, we don't need to do that. Trying to play around with writing Vim script in this website is trash. Nice. How long have you been doing Rust, Provo? All right, expected 1 field found 0. Oh, because we need to tell it this, but we want to throw it away. We cannot assign. Why can we not assign to person here? Oh, because person is not mutable. How much of developing in Rust is fixing things like that? A few months and only on stream, really. Okay. Yeah, so I've done some stuff. So one of the things that I've been working on is this project called Crustlet. And this like masquerades itself in your Kubernetes cluster as a kubelet, which is the node agent on all of the nodes in a cluster. And it pretends to be a node in the cluster. And what allows you to do is actually orchestrate WebAssembly using the Kubernetes API and control plane. And it doesn't mean like take WASM and put it in a container and then put it on Kubernetes. It just means use Kubernetes as the scheduler and orchestrator, and it runs, it has its own built-in WASM runtime. So I've done some work on this. It's been a few months, so that's why I'm a bit rusty on that. I also built a library to control this robotic arm for a demo that we did for Crustlet. But that's about all I've really done in Rust, and it's been a few months, so I'm a bit off with it. So I'm trying to brush back up on it, because the next project I'm going to work on, which I'm actually going to do on stream, is I'm going to be doing some stuff with Rust and GStreamer to do like a live production video switcher to take multiple RTMP endpoints or videos and be able to switch between them and send them out RTMP somewhere. So you could think about like hosting a conference, right? You go to speaker one and then switch to the MC, and the MC would say something, and then you switch to the other person and kind of create like this whole linear video stuff through a single stream. All right, let person equal match age. Okay, person age. Wait, I'm gonna copy this in here. What do you got, Rockerboo? All right, so matching on age. If it's okay, then we return back person age A. Well, this would return back a new person, because this is a struct literal of A. The last time you touched containers, they were free BSD jail. Yeah, so containers are actually my forte. So I've been doing container stuff in production since about 2014. I wrote SkyDNS, which was until a few releases ago what all of the DNS-based service discovery in Kubernetes was done with. I've contributed a bunch to Kubernetes and Docker. Before that Crustlet thing, I built a project called Virtual Kubelet. And this masquerades itself as a node in the cluster too, and then it can spin up the container anywhere else. So basically, you could use Azure Container Instances or anything else to actually be where the containers run, so you can effectively have like a nodeless Kubernetes. But yeah, so containers and Go are really where my kind of expertise has been the last few years. Thanks for the follow, Provo. So I'm in this iteration, I'm not planning to do transcoding. I will in the sense of getting the feeds matched, so that if the MP4 I'm pulling in or the RTMP feed is doing something, I will standardize it so that it's this, obviously going out in one format. But I won't be doing like that adaptive bitrate stuff yet.
Someone finds you interesting,
but
sir. It appears we have a new
Rockerboo's on
follower.
it. So future versions I will be implementing that though, where we'll actually create the adaptive bitrate streams and stuff like that. So you could do person age match. Well, would that work though, Eddie? Oh, yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying. So we could do person match. If we did this, then we could do age. Then we could say ... person, right? Okay. So here we could just return back the result of this match, right? And we could say, okay, person. If it was an error, we don't care about the error. We're just going to return back default person. Right? Right? Something like this. No muting would be ideal. If I recall, MPEG transport streams can basically change codecs on the fly, and this is what EGTV boxes support. I wonder how the state of software on that front. Okay, so yeah, I mean, let's sideline for a second. We'll talk about all this stuff. So, prior to working for Microsoft, I actually worked for Comcast, and I worked on linear video systems that did the quadrature amplitude modulation and pushed MPEG transport streams onto coax cables. And I did a talk. If you watch the first few minutes of it, we'll kind of explain how that works. I'm happy to put a link in the channel to that talk if everybody's interested in that. So that's how all of this stuff works. It's basically multicast MPEG transport streams that go to these boxes that run inside of head ends inside of, like, in your local city, where ad insertion and things like that happen. And so you've got a 100 megahertz band, or a 6 megahertz band, that that represents kind of a one transport stream, and inside of that can be a number of channels, basically multiplexed together. So your box itself is actually it's reading that frequency the same way the radio in your car does, and then demultiplexing out the stream number that that channel represents. And then inside of that, there's obviously can be more than one video and more than one audio channel. So that's the way all of that stuff works. Modern stuff that you watch with newer set-top boxes, as well as even the thing I worked on, consume adaptive bitrate streams, either using something called MPEG-Dash or HLS, which is Apple's standard for that. And those are basically manifest files that tell the player where to fetch small segments of video. They usually range between 2 and 6 seconds. And so the codec isn't as important. The player needs to support the codec itself. But inside of that can be multiple streams, and that's actually the way the player will work. Is if it's unable to keep its buffer full, so it's not downloading things fast enough, what it'll do is it'll look in the manifest file for a lower bitrate version of the same stream that it's trying to get, and then it'll go out and start fetching segments from that. And that's often why you'll watch your video get blurry for just a second and then come back, is because some sort of network hiccup happened and the player decided to ask the manifest file for a different quality for the other segment. Here, let me see if I can pull this up. Okay, so this is the talk I did about the stuff I was building at Comcast. And I'm trying to think if I have some videos on the way some of the adaptive bitrate and stuff works. Now, the way that RTMP works is really, really interesting. So it is left over from the Flash world, interestingly. And if you look at the way the protocol is implemented, it's really freaking confusing, because the header size and stuff will change. And it's basically like, well, here's this message type, this packet type. And, you know, packet type 3 is the same thing as packet type 2, except you infer this one piece of data from the last packet you got. So it's basically its own way of saying, you know what? It's the same thing. I just sent you a video packet. I'm going to leave off the packet type header just to conserve a couple of bits or bytes, right? It's really freaking confusing. There's so many edge cases. There's a video I can find that walks through how it's implemented, and it's wild. But basically, outside of like the way the protocol works, the messages themselves, it's just a container. It's an FLV container. And when we talk about containers, if you think of like AVI, MP4, FLV, MKV, those are all containers. And containers just kind of wrap up streams. And certain containers support certain codecs. So inside of that can be multiple streams. So you can have multiple videos, multiple audios, things like that. And each of those could be encoded in their own codec. And the codec is the thing that actually kind of compresses the audio or video. And that's sort of like a long thing. So typically, though, you're doing, something like H.264 for your video and AAC inside, the FLV container, which is what's going across. So the MPEG transport streams are really just small segments of MPEG 2 or 4 containers. You were working on the set-top box sides, demuxing MPEG transport streams, but it was greater than 5 years ago. It's been a few years for me, too. I left about 3 years ago. Okay, let's see. Where'd you work, Provo? You can reverse the positions of the person and match, and the function contains only person. Wait a second. I'm confused. You can reverse the positions of the person and the match. Try to do it without mutating. Where did we mutate, though? Because here we're constructing a person containing the names, and that's that. And this we're returning a person. What line is person mutating on? Everything is an expression. Line 37. Wait, what? 47. Yeah, so yes, this is shadowed. Oh, wait. So expected use size found struct person. Not a widely known company in Siberia that did really cool and performed middleware for set-top boxes. We worked with New York TV networks, forgot the name. Oh, cool. Wait, what is this? Is this just because of, like, line issues? How is this different than... Oh, no comma. Ah. It's always silly stuff. Okay, so now we've got some failures. And I'm thinking that's because test bad age failed. So test bad age, left mark, John. Yeah, so we want to return back default person in all of these cases. At this point, it's not the same. So we actually need to return back. So it works the same way I thought it did. We have to return back default here. Oh. Test missing name. So trust exactly. And if you find code on Stack Overflow, it is perfectly safe to run in production. And the AUR is like where the most secure code is stored for Arch users. Okay, so is this not doing what we said? So this should be right. If the length is 0, we return back the default person, or this split is less than 2. How are we failing here? How would it not be the best possible code to run if it's the answer? Isn't missing name identical to an empty string? Yeah, so that was my thought, Eddie. And that's why I have them sort of grouped here in this same spot. because that would return if it's less than 2 parts because, oh, what is it saying? Is there a comma? Watch, they're probably throwing us off. I bet you missing name. I bet you they give us just the comma. Wait, no. No, missing name. Yep. Ah. You see that? So we need to check. I guess we could also check here and say or parts 0 dot length less than 1. I feel like that one took a little longer than probably should have. All right, yes. I mean, what we did is pull out these huge and slow Java libraries and replace them with really well optimized C++ stuff. It was ridiculous. We could run. Nice, nice. So, I mean, that industry is really, really cool. For anybody who hasn't been in it, I've got to work with some really cool people on stuff I never realized like existed. Like I got to collaborate with a group out of San Diego for a little while that was working on the ASICs that go in set-top boxes for encryption, and just like so cool. To clarify, I didn't work on the ASICs. I was working on some of the logic that scheduled the encryption and stuff like that for the stream. But I collaborated with some of those folks, and that stuff is just so cool. Yeah, Rockerboo, it's just shadowing it. So basically, I'm just creating a new variable with the same name and like not having access to the old one. It was the idea to reactor and clean up. I still think you missed some opportunity on compressing that thing. Yeah, okay, let's go back and look at it. We haven't moved on to the next one yet. Where else do we have the opportunity to refactor and clean this up? Because my end goal is to learn Rust much better, as well as learn how to write idiomatic Rust. So I would much rather learn how to do that than make my way through all of these examples. Remove all of the if statements. The entire block of the function can start and contain only a single person. Wait, the entire block of the function can start and contain only a single person. Well, so we can't fully do that though, because we have to keep returning back the default. And the fields can have match expressions. Thanks for the follow, Pandemic. All right, here, I have an idea. What if we do this? What if we take all of this? Can I copy this in here? Match over a single default person. So we can't match on individual fields because what the tests are making us do is basically if any of the pieces are invalid, then we have to return back a default person. So it's not really about matching and being like, oh, well, if this field is empty, then we're going to default the individual field.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
So the way it wants us to do this is basically if any of the fields doesn't exist or is invalid, then we have to just return default person. Age match. Can I? Let's see if I can do this. What? Oh. I can't type. Ah. I apparently haven't got all the stuff set up in here to be able to do this. What's this example? From into RS. From into dot RS. All right, here we go. So we'll create a gist and we'll see. Feel free to kind of do your own implementations of this and we'll come back to it. I'll start working on the next thing. And if you want to send kind of what you feel like the solution would be, I'm happy to paste it in, see if it works, and we can talk through it because I would love to see other people's solutions for this. Right. So yeah, so the tests, that's the hang up here is it's not a matter of like, is name right, default name, is age right, default age. It's a matter of if any piece of it is invalid, then we have to return back the default person. And so this is sort of the solution I have for the moment with it. Try from into. Okay. Expected enum standard result found. This is online. Wait, let's read what it's saying. Try from is simple and safe and a safe type conversion that may fail in a controlled way under circumstances. Basically, this is the same as from. Thanks for the follow, Eddie. The main difference is that this should return as a result type instead of the target type itself. Okay, your task is to complete this implementation.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Between Rocker, Boo, and McCann, I don't know whether I need to finish implementing that feature. I think we got this. Given enough average viewers, you apparently don't need a bot. The viewers will do it for you. Wait till we unionize. We demand better wages. Thanks for the follow, Mateus. Okay, your task is to complete this implementation.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
It's only funny because like I can't see that somebody typed that in chat. I just hear it, and I know that the bot didn't do it, obviously. And here's the funny thing: the stream elements thing that pops the thing up on my screen. I think I can actually change that and make it do a sound effect by itself. So I could have that one happen by itself, but I guess you all need to do, you know, the alert, you know. Okay, your task is to complete this implementation and return an OK result of an inner type color. You need to create an implementation for the tuple of 3 integers, an array of 3 integers, and slice of integer. Note that the implementation for tuple and array will be checked at compile time, but slice implementation need check slice length. Also note that chunk of correct RGB color must be integer in range of 0 to 255. Okay. Disco ball. I mean, we could hang one up there. You want me to get a mirror ball? We'll put one up there. Okay. So, let's see. We'll start with line 28. What are we complaining about? Expected standard result and found. Okay, because we haven't returned anything. Okay. All right, so I'm trying to understand what it is that we're looking at here. Okay, so it's a struct color that we're trying to get from a tuple. So in this case, we should be able to just create a color and do red. I really need to get this LSP working for this. So this is going to be tuple.0 green. Oh. I can't wait to get that new keyboard. I swear my fingers are all over the place on this thing. Okay, so that should solve that one, right? Line 40. We'll get these just working first, and then we'll do the sanity checks. Okay, so... Oh, no, because this needs a result, so really we need to return back an okay, right? Now we can fix this. Alright, so this is an array of 3 values. Okay. Alright, let me fix this one function and we'll check out. Oh, you didn't run it? Alright, well let's see. Tab new. What was the from into? Was that conversions from into? Well, we can. We'll comment out mine. And we'll run yours, and then I won't be the only one writing code that's not working. You can fail publicly with me, Rocker Boo. No, thank you, Rocker Boo. Wait. I need the I am not done line so that it'll go back to it. All right, let's see. From into, while parsing this struct. Expected one of, oh, because there's no commas. We're missing commas, okay. If or not this. Cannot infer type. Right, yeah. So it's sort of like destructuring this. But that won't work because age is going to be string in this case and is not a string on the person type. I mean, I like this so far though. Significantly cleaner. I'm going to leave that open for now. Yeah, we have to do the parse. All right, line 40. Okay, so here we need to do the same thing. We need to return okay, color. And then red is going to be array 0. Green is going to be array 1. Blue is going to be array 2. Ooh. Expected U8. And found I16. Are we allowed to change the types? Is that within the parameters of the task? Let's get a hint on this and see whether it lets us know. Try, from, into. Okay, let's see. So we need to Can we do that? Can we say like as U8? Isn't this going to be lossy though? I mean, this is going to help it pass, but like what happens if it's a negative number? Thanks for the follow, Fran Hack. Alright, so these are kind of crude implementations right now because we definitely have some issues. Like these could be negative numbers. They also could be higher and overflow our U8. So I think we're going to have some failing tests we're going to have to fix. But for now, let's get this working. How's your weekend, Fran? You doing any Rust?
Someone found you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
That's never going to get old. Rocker Boot, I don't know whether I want to implement that automatically playing anymore. I think you all have this. And I think this is like... has everybody gotten bored with changing the colors? This is like I think the longest it's ever stayed the same color. Okay, so I guess in this case, we can use this same logic here, right? Do slice. You think you're bad at the colors? You remember you can also just use a color value, so you can just say hue, I don't know, 22,322. I don't know. What color is that? I guess it's a green. Okay, so this is all working. So now we just have to implement our sanity checks. Oh, there's a color or. I think that's supposed to be color of. Now, So it looks like we need to panic in some of these cases. So test array out of range negative standard out. Okay, so then what we should do is array out of range. So that would be this one. So then we should say if array 0 is less than 0, or array 0 is greater than 255. Let's see. So this should be it, but it should check all of them. What is the source of these assignments? Yeah, Provo. So this is a project you can find on GitHub called Rustlings. And it's just this fun little thing you've been watching me go through. It's a bunch of little exercises that are set up to kind of quiz you on areas of your Rust knowledge. And it's just that we get compiler failures, we try to fix them, then we move on to the next one. Check the standard library for... Here, let me... Alright. Standard for traits that are implemented for U8. You got it. Oops. Nope. This is what we want. No, we don't want to look for all crates. We just want primitive types. All right. Count ones, count zeros. Checked neg. Let's see. Is ASCII, leading ones, leading zeros, min value. Overflowing. Is there a particular method you had in mind, null pointer? Am I missing this? Checked integer addition, compute self plus returning none if overflow. Okay, yeah, so this would allow me to check to see whether or not I could push it over. Oh, okay, I see, down here. So try from I32. So this would allow me to look at so that would allow us to basically do a... Well, no, because, I mean, I guess I would have to look at the results first, right? Because that's going to return me back a result type. Is that right? Try from into? Yes. Try from into. Well, we're implementing a try from, right? I think that's why the exercise is called try from. Slice excess length. Okay, so that one's pretty easy to implement. Well, technically we should implement this for all three of the parameters, right? I don't like how duplicated that would be, though. I feel like there's got to be a better way. I mean, we could loop over the array and check that any of them in there. So we could say for I in array, right? Oops. Does it have functions on the array? No, the array itself is just a standard array. Borrow the array with and or call iter. Oh, yeah. I always forget to do that on these, to call iter. Okay. I think the assignment wants you to do something like red try from array 0. Ooh. Okay, let's go that route. We're learning. I'm learning. All right, so it wants me to do, well, try from needs to be on something, right? Would it be a U8 here? Is this sort of what you mean? Not a value. Cannot find function try from. Wouldn't that be... Wait. Array try from U8. That doesn't make any sense though. Because we're not converting from that, right? We're converting to that. We're trying to take an array of I16s and get out of it 3 U8s. So we either need to try to convert this array of I16 to an array of unsigned 8. Is it into? Is that what we're looking for? Is it array 0 dot try into? Do we need the U8 if we know what's going in there? Unfound, wait, expected U8 found standard result. And then wouldn't this be like an unwrap or something? And if it, I guess if it wants us to panic, then we could just do an into, right? Or does into return a result? The trait standard convert from I-16 is not implemented for U8. Wait, what? Didn't try into work though? I also don't know the exact syntax and also trying to learn. Yeah. Yeah, so from I think is when we're taking a type and we're oh wait. So yeah, so I think we could do a U8 from array 0. Maybe? Let's try this. Line 43. The trait standard convert from I-16 is not implemented for U8. But didn't we just have this working? So this works. This try into works. I mean, we have to unwrap it. So I mean, let's try it. We're gonna go this route. I don't like all these unwraps. Oh, no worries. You can use map error. What does map error do? Test slice out of range negative. So I'm guessing, okay, so it's expecting us to panic, which leads me to believe what we really want here is an into, right? Because the into should just panic. I can't infer type. Alright, I am so confused here. Oh, because of the unwrap? Is that it? I need to better understand this whole into stuff. Well, last time I got like a unexpected type here, didn't I? Oh, no, you're right. Help use : instead of. Well, that is what I did last time, and you yelled at me. Yeah, see, unexpected type argument. So you're telling me to use that, but then when I do use that, you're telling me... That's so weird. You've been mouthing off in my Streamlabs chat? What are you talking about? Wait, what? What are you talking about? My Streamlabs thing is, I don't see any auto mod things or anything like that. Oh, I got you. The one that shows up on Twitch. Yeah, I guess I don't see that. Okay, so we'll figure this out. I feel like I feel like I'm not too dumb for this. These are those days where I'm like, I'm a programmer professionally. Okay, what am I missing here? Let's see if we can find something on this, like in the book. Try from. No search results for try from, really? Just rid of in-script function to shortcut my color scheme. Changing excites me more than I think it should. Nice. This is good learning. I'm learning too. I just get to sit back and let Eric figure it out now. Okay, so this is not it. Let's just see if we can just find like a blog post or something on it. Rust, try, from, into. Let's see. Okay. Similar to from and into, try from and try into are generic traits for converting between types. Unlike from and into, the try from, try into
Catastrophic failure detected.
are used
Evacuation
for fallible
protocol has been
conversions.
initiated. Abandoned ship. SOS.
As
Abandoned
such, return results. So we don't care about that because we actually want ours to panic. Okay, so from and into traits are inherently linked, and this is actually part of its implementation. If you were able to convert type A from type B, then it should be easy to believe that we should be able to convert type B to type A. Okay, from. The from trait, let's see. The from trait allows for a type to define how to create itself from another type, hence providing a very simple mechanism for converting between several types. There are numerous implementations of this trait within the standard library for conversions of primitive and common types. Okay, so we've already kind of deemed we don't really need that. So the into trait is simply the reciprocal of the from trait. That is, if you have implemented the from trait for your type, into will call it when necessary. Using the into trait will typically require specification for the type to convert it into. Okay, so yeah, so I don't understand why that doesn't work. You do not want your function to panic. Check the test. It calls unwrap on. Ooh, it calls unwrap. Okay, so then we should be doing a try into, right? Try into, right? Dot unwrap. But we did end up having some test failures because it did not panic. Yeah, there are some tests for panic. See, like, should panic. And that was sort of my question. So I don't understand why what the difference is between try into and into are. Well, let's just, we're going to do this for a second just to get the compiler working. Cannot infer type for type parameter t declared on the trait into. Well, it should. And we can say U8 here. And then that tells us to use this syntax. And then we do, and then it tells us that it's an unexpected type argument. This makes no sense. Oops. I don't care that those are wrong. I just want to see what this does. Wrong number of type arguments expected 0 found. So I don't understand what is going on here. I think the type hinting shouldn't be there. I don't think it should either, but I can't figure out the secret sauce to getting this to work. Because this should panic. However, well, so this should work, but it does not. So U8 does not have a from I16, but it does have a try from. So, I mean, is it just as simple as just doing something like let red equal array 0 dot try from, and then passing try into, right? But no, because that's not going to solve the issue of it expecting it to panic. Because this is just going to return the error. So I feel like into is what we want, because into does panic, right? Let's see if we can find somebody else's answers to this. Let's say Rustlings answers. And this was under conversions. Nope, they didn't solve conversions. We're gonna open up a few of these and see. Nobody solved conversions? The test panics if you return the error type? Really? All right, well, let's do this then. We'll just follow this line of thinking and we'll see what happens. Yeah, so there's like a macro thing that you can do, or an annotation that you can do that says that the test should panic. What? The trait standard convert from standard num try from int air. What? I have to convert my air to a string? All of these are the same, so I don't feel like I So do we have to check each one of these things individually? That can't be right. Because we've got 3 different implementations and they all have an error that's a type string. And this is going to return back an error type. So I guess we're going to have to do a match on each of these. Oh. So we map error. Can't we get... What's it expecting the error to be? Well, I mean, technically, I think we're supposed to panic here. Is that valid to do? To just say panic here? I mean, I don't feel like that's the idiomatic way to do that. Right. So it does say that the error type is a string, but the thing that I'm trying to solve here is that these tests are saying if the colors are out of range, then it should panic. So I don't want it to return back a text error. I actually want it to panic. And we know that if we try to take this integer and convert it to an unsigned integer, if it's outside especially an 8-bit integer, we know that if it's too large, it's going to panic. Into should panic. Oh, I gotcha. So in this particular case, though, can we say no, we can't do that. What type is this error that comes back from here? Isn't there just a string error thing? I don't know what type this is coming back from this try into. There is an expect if you're calling it at the end of a function call. Like we could say dot expect, right? But that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to actually... Well, then shouldn't this work though? Oh no, because we need to convert the error type. Okay, that's what I was looking for, null pointer. So there's something on here called e.description. And then we can call a toString on that. This just feels like a lot of kind of code for this. Like, is this what they're trying to get at? Consider giving this closure parameter a type. Why? Type must be known at this point. To try from int error. I'm really interested to see how other people have solved this. Because I don't think I'm quite understanding what it is that they're wanting here. And the hints are not useful. So that's the issue that I'm having though, right? Is that unwrap should work, but it doesn't because the error types don't align. See? So it has no way of converting from this try from int error to a standard string. And that's sort of the issue that I'm trying to figure out right now. From standard string, borrow, boxed. Yeah. All right, pulling it up. Right, so this is what we looked at from SDR, count ones. All right, let's see. So here's our froms. So there is a U try from. What? Oh, wait. No, this is a U8 try from, right? Is that right? So should I'm not found in U8. Well, no, because that's the try from trait, right? So really it should be... Yeah, so this is right. No. Oh, that's line 43. Wait, no. Unexpected type argument. I still don't quite understand why that... Ooh. Okay, so I think this is what we're looking for. So I think this is supposed to be what each of these are. Did we figure it out? What? Alright. Because this will panic, right? I'm pretty sure this will panic if it's an error, right? Okay, so now we're getting into other test failures. So I think this is what we want. So and we're probably still going to get an error here because we're not testing the length of the slice, right? But we'll come back to that. Okay, that's fine. Tuple out of range. Okay. So we need to do the same thing here for our tuples. Oops. We want U8. Try from tuple 0. Green. Blue. Okay, so now we should just have like some failure. Ooh, what did I mess up? Oh, because I forgot the unwraps. Unwrap. And I can't type. It's funny, I actually thought I would do way better than this. I am apparently, like, way out of it. Alright. So we've got when our slice is an excessive length. Okay. So that means we should be able to just come in here to our slice and check if slice.len not equal to 3, then we should just be able to panic. Slice should have a len of 3. Oh. All right, that that only took us a little bit. All right, where's our I am not done? I am. There it is. As ref mute. As ref mute. Okay, as ref and as mute allow for cheap reference to reference conversions. Read more about them here. Okay. Obtain the number of bytes, not characters, in the given argument. Add the as ref trait appropriately as a trait bound. Okay. So I'm guessing that needs to be something like this, but I don't know where it is. That just one that comes in? Expected one argument. All right, let's pull up the docs it's talking about. As ref. I have way too many pages open. Okay. Examples. As ref. So we're adding this as ref for a particular type. I'm not 100% sure I understand what that's saying. What type that is there.
This yak is as smooth and pink as it's going to get, sir. Shall we move on?
Are we yak shaving though? Is this, I'm guessing this is U size is what we want here. It's alright, the yak shaving ones are some of my favorites. The sounds. Not bites, wait. Should this be string or str?
Yeah, it's super creative.
Explicit lifetime named here. Is this? I don't feel like this is what I'm supposed to be doing to solve this. Method not found in T. Alright, so we need to back this up. What am I doing? Let's go look at the docs again. What is Rust? Rust is a programming language. So it is a compiled, statically typed systems programming language, to be specific. The thing you find on metal when it has oxidized. Yes, that is also true. Okay, so we've got this trait bound here, saying as ref. Oh, so it doesn't actually. So is that all I did wrong? Is this should be as ref str? It appears so. As ref str. So well, that was easier than I thought it was going to be. From str. Did I major in computer science in college? I actually did not major in computer science in college. My major in college was actually not going to college. I am actually a high school dropout. I taught myself to program as a teenager, got a job doing it full time, and well, I did some consulting work before I was, got into it full time. But probably around 2021, I got a job full time doing it, and then I've been doing it ever since. Had the opportunity to work for some big companies like Disney and Comcast, and now Microsoft. Ryan, I am currently 37 years old. So that would mean I've been a professional programmer for 15, 16 years now or something. Am I... I love the auto mod caught that. We're going to allow it. Am I rich as fuck now? That would depend, I guess, on your definition of rich as fuck. Everybody has their own definitions on what rich is. $1 million actually doesn't really get you as far as you think it would. But I have done pretty well in my career. I also, invest heavily in the stock market and things like that. I've had my own businesses, so I've done fairly well. Not all of it from programming income, but yeah, get a good job, make a lot of money, spend don't waste a lot of it, buying lots of colored hue lights and shit, and invest it as early as you possibly can, and it will pay itself back handsomely. Questions you're hoping could give insight? Happy to. I am definitely happy to. Enum standard result found nothing. Okay, so line 25. Why am I learning Rust? So I am learning Rust because I am going to be working on a new open source project, which will also be leveraged highly from work that is going to be dealing with video streaming, basically taking in RTMP feeds and switching between them so that you could have multiple streamers and you could switch between them even though they're in like remote locations. And most of the libraries and stuff like that for doing media stuff is all written in C and C++, which has a lot of its own issues with writing kind of memory safe code, both from a security perspective and stability perspective. Other languages that I am much more proficient in, like Go, it's expensive to call from Go to C. So Rust, I can get zero overhead and I can get a lot of the same memory safety, as well as I do some embedded stuff as a hobby. And I think it would be cool to write that stuff in Rust. I'm 26 and will complete a degree in poli-sci by summer of next year, and I only went to college to make my parents happy. I have a seat to a coding boot camp, but I don't know if it will be good for me to attend. I'm willing to put in the work, but my college degree is not related to tech on any level. What's the main technique you use to learn programming languages? So I'm worried about not being able to compound my CV to maximize my potential to earn. So as kind of stated, I've been in this field for quite some time. I never went to college. I went back after I turned 18 and got a GED, my good enough diploma. But aside from that, I don't have a degree, and I've had a really, really good career. I've worked with a lot of really smart people that have comp sci degrees, and I've also worked with a lot of comp sci people, or a lot of really smart people who have like art degrees, business degrees, political science degrees. So the fact that your degree is not a CS degree is not as important. It's not. There's a lot of things that as part of your degree that round you out, that I wish I had a degree for those reasons. So I wouldn't be concerned at all. Coding boot camps, it depends on the coding boot camp you get into. Some of them are better than others. Yeah, see, degrees don't measure intelligence. It depends on how you learn, right? And the thing I tell people, from a learning perspective is I feel like there's two ways to learn things, right? One is the traditional academic approach that you get, going through high school and college. And I like to call that a bottom-up approach. You learn something and you're sort of like learning it in layers. And for me, I never retain any of that stuff until I have something to kind of connect it with in my life. So I actually prefer to do the self-taught thing, which I call top-down. So I take this thing and I'm like, I want to learn, I don't know, how to do video streaming. I'm like, well, I don't know how that works, so I'm going to look it up. And then I start reading about it, and then it starts talking about codecs. And I'm like, well, I don't know what a codec is. So I look that up, and I start researching that. And I kind of keep going down the stack, because as I'm learning that, I now have something to reference and apply it to. Thanks for the follow, Sidunk. So, yeah, that's why I like kind of just teaching myself this way.
Someone
I get that
finds
North
you
American
interesting,
degree.
sir. It appears we have
Where
a
I'm from,
new
most
follower.
companies won't even look at if you don't have one. That can be true too, right? There are still companies that put a lot of weight on a college degree, But you can also get around that too if you demonstrate your knowledge through doing things like open source and things like that. All right, so let's see. This is from our earlier thing. So we're splitting into parts. So then we're just sort of, okay, yeah. Okay, Eddie, yeah, that totally works. So rather than, and this whole thing, the difference between your implementation and mine is really kind of the way that Go works. It tends to try not to nest things so much and to bail as early as possible. But yeah, this totally works. I like this. It actually looks a lot more kind of compact. Oh, I should bump that up a little bit here. Oh, without a doubt, the deeper you go, the more you learn how to do, and you'll never learn enough. All right, line 25. What do we got? Okay, so this function is not returning. But yeah, Ryan, write as much code as possible. You know, interact with people, make connections, create content. You know, all of those things are going to help you in your career. And, you know, above and beyond any coding boot camp in college, whether or not you're doing those things, those will help. But you will never be an amazing programmer with those things alone. You can only learn so much in, you know, 8 or 16 weeks, right? So, you know, for 1 hour for a class or something like that, or your 1 month boot camp, the people who are going to succeed the most, who either do those things or don't, is going to be based off the amount of time you put in outside of those things. So with boot camp, with a CS major, still write tons and tons and tons of code. All right, Eddie, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for helping me. You have helped me tremendously with my Rust struggles. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. If you ever try to learn Go, I will repay the favor. This does practically the same thing that try from str does. Additionally, upon implementing from str, you can use the parse method on strings to generate an object of the implementer type. Okay. If the length of the provided string is 0, then return an error. Split the given string on the commas present in it. Extract the first element from the split operation using it as the name. Wait, so we're doing the same exact thing that we did with the from into, right? The name is empty, except we're returning an error. Now let's check out your solution too. I'm telling you, some of this music on Pretzel Rocks is actually really freaking good. All right. This is the disadvantage of like having the font so bumped up on this. Let's see if we can do it this way. No. We're gonna have to. It's gonna be a little smaller on screen, but it was almost unreadable before. Okay, so tuple, try into map error format. Okay, so you just did a format on it. Okay. Oh, and I keep forgetting you can do this shorthand notation too. Pretty good learning music. Yeah, so, you know, I was kind of bummed that, you know, you can't really play your Spotify playlists and things like that. Otherwise, your VODs get muted and, all of that crap. And, I just really don't want some sort of DMCA takedown or anything. Just, with having my employer being who they are, I don't want, them to get clever and like sue Microsoft over the fact that I have their music playing or something. And then, in addition to that, Microsoft will pay for some of the music, but I'm not going to ask them to pay for a license to every song in my playlists. So I just started using Pretzel Rocks, and now, I actually am finding some of this music really entertaining. Okay. Maybe they could pay for your music. I don't know what they pay for licenses to songs. I've never asked. I just feel like, fiduciary responsibility. Okay. So it looks like we're going to be implementing a very similar thing to the one everybody here is submitting their solutions to. Oh, you don't listen to music outside of it? I actually really, really like music quite a bit, One day I will finish learning to play the guitar. One day. Where were we? Okay, so if we're going to end up with a similar thing here. So if the str.len is 0, we'll start here. So we want to return error and string must not be empty. I don't know whether it's going to force us to look for a specific error, but and then split the given string on commas present in it. So we can do the same thing we did here, right? Actually, where was that? Let's copy this in because we're doing basically a very, very similar thing, right? Oh, wait a second. So it's actually just a type. So this is a from str, right? Except this is a from str, and we're returning back a result of a person or a self error. Okay. And then we've got this type error. And so this is going to work in the sense of defaulting, but I may like music. You'd think Twitch would make some deal with music labels to get you to pay for a subscription, even with some built-in labeling connection with Twitch, but then that would probably need to transfer to you. Yeah, it's so weird, and they'd end up having to pay a cut of it and things like that too. Songwriters make the most money in all of this stuff. Okay, so in all of these cases, we're going to return back an error. So, invalid person. But there's certain things like, that are just crazy with all of this stuff. And, I'm not making money because of the music going on in the background. It's just preventing dead air, right? Like, whose song it is not important. So some of it's just silly. And then, I have things like the song that I bought a license to for my intro, and I still get a DMCA notice on YouTube when I back up my VODs there when they're going to expire. And it's like, I paid for a license there. All right. Result person centered because of return type. Wait, what? Oh, right. We want to return a result person. Wait, expected function, tuple struct or tuple variant found enum result. Huh? I'm confused. Is that because I don't have like a use here? Oh, duh. Okay. Dr. Doomenberg, welcome back. And here comes the pink. Okay, we need a 2-string on this. 2-string. I have the feeling I am going to forget so much of this when I go to start writing code. All exercises complete. We made it. We made it. We are professional Rust programmers now, right? I can charge $1 million. All right, so we've got some options here. We can either, one, go look at exorcism exercises for Rust. Two, we could start looking into starting the project that I'm talking about, where we can start trying to get this to talk to GStreamer and stuff. Or we can do some stuff on the bot. It took me 7.5 hours consulting. Yeah. Who do I bill for this? All right, Eddie, your vote is for exorcism. Wait, it's not there anymore. Did I just spell exorcism wrong? Yeah, so the GStreamer stuff will also be in Rust. And we can start playing with that. Or we can work on some features for the bot. Or some cleanup. Can you make a socket connection with your bot? Do you mean, like, can anybody make a socket connection with it? What do you mean? Let's go look at what we have for tickets for the bot. Oh, to connect to it in Rust? Yeah, there's not currently one there. And so a thought that I've had that needs to take place on the bot is that it is going to have to be split into two pieces. We are going to need like sort of the component that runs like on my local machine, the thing that can talk inside of my network to my hue lights and key lights and to OBS. And then there's probably going to need to be a component that runs in the cloud. And that's mainly because if I want, people to be able to go to other channels that are like friends of mine or whatever and collect points to spend inside my channel, then the bot really needs to be like up and running all of the time and not, if I restart my computer and forget to turn the bot on or whatnot. I suppose I could turn it into a service on my computer and it'd be fine. But yeah, so that's sort of a thought that I've had. Is anybody here familiar with GStreamer? Yes, so there are GStreamer bindings in Rust. And they are actually really freaking good. So we've got bindings in Rust. And I've done a couple of things too. We could go through some of the exercises that they have there too. So if we look at the docs here, wait. Where's our GStreamer docs? GStreamer docs. Documentation. Okay, so there are some tutorials here on using GStreamer with like basic concepts. And these are all in C and C++, or in C. They like the irony part of it. So also if we look in the GStreamer RS here, source, pen. Oh wait, no, this is not it. So these are a bunch of examples. Where are... Did they link to them here? I know that I found them. There's a place where all of those tutorials have been redone in Rust. I know that I've seen them. Yeah, they're in here. Okay, so these are all the tutorials from the GStreamer site, but redone in Rust. All right. All right, did we get a vote? I think I saw one for Exorcism and one for GStreamer. All right, so we've got 2 for Rust. All right. When you say Rust, Rocker Boo, do you mean Exorcism exercises or messing with GStreamer? Anything in Rust. All right, let's see. All right, we've got a couple of votes for GStreamer. Okay, so we can either just try and mess with this stuff, or we can look at the tutorials and then try to recreate them here or mess with them in GStreamer. Here, let me update the title to the stream. Let's see. All right, learning Rust and GStreamer. Okay. With Exorcism. Oh, yeah, I forgot about all that stuff. Okay. So I need to bump up the font a lot. How's that? Good? All right. Do we want to write it in Rust do this complete the C version of the tutorial first and then look at the Rust version? Or do we want to just look at the Rust version? Just do it in Rust? Okay. All right, so this is our hello world. And so we're going to want to look at this because it is going to explain some concepts. And I'm going to walk through it just because it's been a little while for me.
Somewhat interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
If I can write C code in Rust, you can. So we're going to have to look at the C code, though, because it is going to explain some concepts. And I'm going to go through all of this stuff so that everybody here can kind of, get a feel for it, too. All right, so this is going to just sort of walk through all of our stuff. So we have our GST init. It initializes all internal structures, checks what plugins are available, and executes any command line options intended for GStreamer. Okay, so if you always pass your command line parameters, argc and argv to GST init, your application will automatically benefit from the GStreamer standard command line options. Okay, so this is the parse launch. So if you've ever used like GStreamer on the command line with like playbin and things like that, this is pulling in this URL. So we could switch over here. I'm gonna shut that down. All right. So if we just ran this, playbin, because it's GST play. Wait, GST. Oh, it's GST play. I forget the command for this. The Rust compiler will be using the bindings that the library has to prevent you from doing anything really bad. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, what happened here? Now playing. Resource not found. Did it not open? Let's check this URL out. Okay, so that does exist. I'm a little rusty on my GStreamer commands. But anywho, so this is going to parse this, and do we have? I think one of the next ones will talk about how pads work and things like that. But okay, so GStreamer is a framework designed to handle multimedia flows. Media travels from the source elements, the producers, down to the sink, the consumers. Rusty count plus 12. What is that? Are you counting the number of times that I say the word rusty, rocker boo? Is that what's happening? We need like some speech recognition that just updates the counter on the screen automatically. Okay, so passing through a series of intermediate elements performing all kinds of tasks, this set of all interconnected elements is called a pipeline. In GStreamer, you usually build a pipeline by manually assembling the individual elements, but when the pipeline is easy enough and you do not need any advanced features, you can take the shortcut GST parse launch. This function takes a textual representation of a pipeline and turns it into an actual pipeline, which is very handy. In fact, this function is so handy there is a tool built completely around it, which you will get very acquainted with. See Basic Tutorial 10. Okay. Whip me up one what? Oh, in OpenCV? So what kind of pipeline are we asking GST parse launch to build for us? Here enters the second point. Okay. So here's how we start playing. We're going to set the state on the pipeline. And at any point, if this is confusing to anybody, please stop me and we will back up. Okay. This line highlights another interesting concept. Thanks for the follow, Visigotten. This line highlights another interesting concept. The state, every GStreamer element has an associated type, which can more or less think of as the play pause button in your regular DVD player. For now, suffice to say that playback will not start unless you set the pipeline to the playing state. In the line, GS element set state is a pipeline, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The Vim script doesn't have a random function. Okay, so this GST bus time pop filter. Okay, so these lines will wait until an error occurs on the end of the stream is found. It retrieves the pipeline's bus and will block until you receive either an error or an EOS end of stream through that bus. Don't worry much about this. The GStreamer bus is explained in part 2. Okay. And then we have some cleanup logic. Okay. So now let's go look at the Rust version. All right, so we're importing the crate GStreamer. This looks like it's just pulling in a common thing. We're unwrapping the result of that. Interesting. And then we're taking our URI. We're calling parse launch and passing it a format string. Then we're calling set state to playing on the pipeline. And we're waiting on the bus until we get an end of string. So this... Okay, so we're matching on the message here. Okay, so this is an interesting way to do this. And then we shut down the pipeline. Okay, so let's... Let's pull this down. Okay, let's... Wait, where... Alright, so... Let's go look in tutorials. CD tutorials. Alright. What is going on here? Do I have an issue with like the nightly build of NVim or NeoVim? Alright, what is going on with this? What am I missing? That's what I'm curious about. Or whether the language server or something... Yeah, okay, so that's our issue. I think that something in here is trying to build everything. And that's what it was freezing on. Because the cargo lock was held. So there's something in here that's doing that. Okay. As soon as this finishes, we will run it. All right. Wow, this imports a lot of stuff. Imagine if we were waiting for like a C++ program to compile right now. Ooh, build failed. What happened? Package GST editing services 1.0 was not found. All right, let's check. What's going on? GST editing. All right. Oh wait, I was just reading that again. All right. We are missing other stuff. GStreamer, RTSP server. Uh-oh. Is it like GST RTSP? Uh-oh. All right, let's check. Yay. There it is. And we're just going to install it because, you know, we are live on Twitch and it's totally secure to just install random packages from Yay. No, we'll leave those on there for now. Uh-oh, problem importing keys, of course. Let's go check this out. AUR. GST RTSP. How old is this? Last updated last month. Okay. Oh, joy. So it looks like even if we get the key imported, we are still going to have build errors. Yay, open source. I wonder if we should just pull down GStreamer and just compile it ourselves. All right. This was just a couple of days ago, so I don't know whether it's even worth pulling this. 8:15. Yeah, so that was after this. So our options are to either try to figure out why theirs is not compiling or to try and compile it ourselves. Yay, I love this. Like, let's pull this key from some random place. I mean, we can try and clone this too. Is it weird to require a PGP generally? Not from the AUR. It depends on who signed the package. So sometimes it'll be signed by keys that are not, you know, that are not automatically trusted by your machine. So it's not completely out of question, but you definitely want to ensure that you understand like what key you're trusting, because it's not like you're saying, hey, I trust this key just for this package, right? Let's see what happens if we try and pull this down and compile it ourselves. Let's just make a build directory here. Why can't we read from that? Do we need to check it out over HTTP? Okay. Mason. What is that? Do I have to learn some new weird build tool to build this? I mean, there's a package config in here. Alright, where are the build instructions? Yeah, the readme just has this. Oh, it says something about docs readme. Creating. And of course, nothing about building it. We're not doing anything with RTSP quite yet. I just want to know how to build you. I have no clue what the Mason thing is. All right, let's see. Let's go. We're gonna look at their package config, or their package build. Arch Mason compile C. See, I've been like really out of touch with the C world because I had never heard of this before. And I also see a lot of people using a tool called Ninja, which I've never seen either. Okay, so let's see. So it looks like, I don't know what this arch mason thing is. I don't know what that is. All right. Setup, configure, install, init, test. Unrecognized argument. Isn't that what they passed in? Oh, it's Mason compile -c build. Current directory is not a Mason build directory. What is this? What am I missing? Running Mason. Configure the build directory. Mason setup build directory. I'm curious what this arch Mason command was. Right? Because it had like this package name, package version, build. So let's try this really quick. So we've got arch Mason, and then this is GST RTSP server. Okay. 1.16 1. No hyphen. Oh, hyphen 1.16.2 and no rel. Okay. And then it had build. Yeah, the directory contains a build file mason.build. I thought there was one in there. The Mason build is here though. Oh, so Mason is using Ninja. Which TV series, Netflix series do I like? Oh, I'm trying to think of what some of the stuff I just finished. You know, like I watched like Ozark. I've watched like, you know, Altered Carbon and what was the one with like the weird testing facility and Stranger Things. I watched that. I'm trying to think of, like, there's a bunch of stuff I've watched over the past couple of years, but runtime dependency GStreamer 1.0 found. No. Found. Okay, because we don't have the latest GStreamer. So we might have to, like, pull down everything. I wonder what's in the latest GStreamer. Let's check that out. Are there any shows that I should be watching on Netflix? Is this why package managers exist? Pre-release. Ooh. Adds a new feature on top of the current stable 116 as part of the API and API stable 1.x. Let's see. I wonder if we should just try to build our own stuff. But I don't know. That could be risky with those rust bindings, though, too. Although I do know that they keep those pretty up to date, which is actually one of the reasons why I was liking the idea of GStreamer, aside from just using like FFmpeg, was it seemed like the bindings were significantly better and more well maintained. Well, in addition to all of the pipelining stuff. Some people don't like it because it's from Nickelodeon, but I really like Avatar: The Last Airbender. I saw the movie that was based off of that. I don't know whether I've seen a lot of the episodes of the original thing. I have seen a couple of them, though. Alright. Alright, do we really want to start pulling all of this crap? The movie's taboo. It's really bad. You should definitely watch this series if you have spare time. It's really good. Yeah, I'm trying to watch a little less TV and do a little more programming, but yeah, I definitely need downtime. I might look into it though. Wait, close that, close that. Nope, leave that. Leave that. Leave that. Weird. What's the difference between these? Same thing. Different locations. Okay. And same thing. Okay. Why won't that just work? Let's try and install that one through Yay. And well, no, because a lot of people were saying it was failing anyway. Well, I guess the reality of it is it's probably going to compile for... Yeah, so I was just thinking that myself, but then it just kind of like occurred to me that theirs is probably going to be failing for the same reason ours is. Well, no, because it's pulling down a very specific build. All right, let's pull the GPG key from MIT, even though we really should not do this. Avert your eyes. Well, so the difference here is that this this particular plugin is not available inside of the Pacman repositories, and then it's in the AUR, but apparently seems to be failing its build. So I just went to go fetch it and build it ourselves. I mean, I suppose what we could do is this has our package here, so we could go fetch this. And then what was it? Mason. I never thought playing with color schemes could be so fun, yeah. Okay, let's see. So, we found this. Okay, found CMake. libc group. Alright, so... This is gonna be one of those, like, missions to find all of the dependencies. GIR scanner. And that's not there either. Fun. We're gonna have to go on a mission now. So we need GIR scanner and we need libc group. Let's see if we can go find them somewhere else. Libc group. Huh? So that says it's in the AUR. Whoa, last updated 2015. Ugh. Has it really not been updated since then? Five years ago. Okay, maybe it is literally just that old. Alright. Right, so that's the branch. I found just a release file of it, and that's what I'm working on now. Alright, what was the other one we needed? It was like GIR scanner. GIR scanner. Is it part of something else? Oh, G object introspection. So we should be able to install that just straight through. Okay. This is what we want. And I don't know whether we want the runtime or not, but I guess we can install that too. Alright, try again. If you're already configured, just run your build system. Is it Mason compile? I thought that's what it was. What am I missing here? Mason compile. Gotta love when you go on like this mission of having to like compile and install 50 million things so that you can get to the thing that you initially wanted. Oh wait, so then we were in code GStreamer. Oh wait, no. We need to go back. Wait, where did we install that? I was in build. I should learn to love this because it's part of my dependency tree. Oh yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna have to mess with a lot of this. Okay, so we also need to do a Mason install. Mason install -c build. Authenticating for... Wait, wait, what? Okay. Alright. Let's see if this works now. Why were you not found in the package config path? So that is installed into user local lib package config. Okay. Greater than or equal to 1 point, did not exit successfully, exit code 1. What? Alright, where's our package config environment variable? Because this was in user local lib package config. Alright. Alright. I should probably add that to my zshenv or something too, because inevitably I will try and recompile this later and then it won't, and I won't remember. It compiled! It compiled! Alright. So now we should, in theory, have... Alright. So not really any... Is there a build directory up at the top that has everything in it? Oh, there it is. And debug. Alright, so here if we run our basic tutorial 1, we're in business.
What brings you to the land of the gatekeepers?
Sweet. So if we look at this tutorial, then we just sort of have this, it's going to fetch this webm file. It's using the playbin command, and it's like assembling this whole pipeline for us. Now, can I play your video? Which video? Are you talking about, yeah, I mean, is it safe for work, Rocker Boo? Are you gonna get me in trouble on stream here? So we need to cargo build. Wait. Why are we waiting for a file lock? What's going on with freaking Neovim and Rust? Yeah, so it has to be using Rust Analyzer for some stuff. All right. There you go. There's your video. The FPS is there. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what it's supposed to look like and whether you have a delay on yours versus what I see. It looks okay on my end. Okay. So this is like the most basic of things. So does anybody want me to sort of like walk through what a pipeline looks like? Because what this is really doing is more, I want to say advanced. It's not advanced from a usage perspective, but it's advanced in the sense of it's doing a bunch of magic for you. Because typically you would like create an input, right? And you would create an output. And then you need to map these two together, and you do that by connecting like pads that exist. So like if we do a GST inspect, and we do like a, I don't know, an RTMP source, right? We can look through here, and this is all kind of like what it inherits from. But here you can see there's a pad template. So on there's a source template, so there's a source pad, and then each pad can have some capabilities. So there's our source, and then these are props that it can have. And then on the flip side, if we looked at like an RTMP sync, then we can see that it has a sync pad, and then we might have things like a is it a mixer? Ooh, a Wayland sync? Let's grab a mixer. Oh, video mixer. Right, we need to... So, or an audio mixer. If we just look at like an audio mixer, oops. We can see here, these are the capabilities that kind of, because there's an input and an output, we have the variety of formats that the data can be passed into the sync or out of. And you need to make sure that those things like align so that the next thing in the chain knows how to read it. And they can actually kind of figure out, most of them can kind of negotiate, hey, will you talk, you know, U8, I talk U8, let's use that. So, and these are individual properties, like you have the volume on it and things like that. But the important part is to start looking at like, okay, well, we have both a source pad, and where's our sync pad? Yeah, it is really nice that you can get documentation on each of the individual things. So if we look at like a T, do we not have T in here? But yeah, so what we're basically going to be doing is kind of like aligning these things with each other and then applying effects. And that's how a pipeline is created. So this whole play bin thing is actually, there is a grep auto. Yeah. So we have this like auto video sync, and that's what it's doing. And it tries to figure out a way to play the video on your local device. And so Playbin is like this just like really smart way of taking the URI and looking at HTTP, RTMP, those types of things, and then determining what source it needs. And then it knows how to negotiate the pad connectivity automatically. And then it connects it to an audio video sync, which just tries to find a way locally, you know, using SDL or whatever on your local device to play it. But we could send that out another way too. And we could look at some examples of what GStreamer looks like on the command line too, because we might do, you know, like an RTMP. Let's see. Let me pull up a GStreamer play RTMP. Let's see if we can get just an example up here I can show you. Ah, not print. What am I doing? Okay. So here's like an example command. So GST launch. This is a command to run the same pipelines using the command line. So they use exclamation point as a pipe character the same way that Unix uses the pipe symbol, because obviously Unix has taken the pipe symbol. So in this case, we're saying we want to execute this pipeline. We want to take a video test source, which basically just shows a bunch of random data. We can pull one of those up if you want. We're going to queue it to create a buffer. Then we're going to pass that into a video converter that's going to encode it using the X264 encoder. And then we're going to pipe that to an FLV mux, and that is what RTMP is the FLV container format. We talked about that earlier, streamable. And then we're going to pass that to a queue. And then we're going to pipe that to an RTMP sync. And so if you want, we can actually, we could use this. So I have a test place here. So what is it? NTV transcoder dot eastus dot is it Azure Container IO 1935 stream key. Let's see. Ooh. Could not open resource for writing. Hold on. Let me make sure this is right. Learn TV transcoder Azure Container 19. That is right. I don't think that I need to do a sudo on here. Let's see what the issue is. Could not. Could not connect to RTMP stream. Alright, what am I missing here? Well, I thought that I was going to throw that up really quick. RTMP learn transcoder dot eastus dot Azure Container dot IO port. Oh, my bad. There we go. Bane appended? What? Oh, no, it was just the Nginx RTMP module that I have installed is looking for /live. And so I have just this like HLS player right here. So I have an Nginx set up using the RTMP module and automatically transcoding it and packaging it into HLS format. And so in theory, there's our test source. And we don't have any audio right now because we're not actually doing anything with that. But that is the gist of how GStreamer works with those pipelines, is sort of just connecting these things. And the data just flows, and there's some syncing that takes place to ensure timing happens at the same time. So this parse launch basically allows us to take something like this, right? So we could just take this whole thing right here. And then we could replace this entire thing in here. Oops. Wait a second. All right, so we'll use that for here. And then we'll take the whole rest of the pipeline. Why is that not copying? There we go. All right, and then we had that is live, right? Live equals true. And that's what all of this is meant for, is just to sort of expand out this whole thing. Oh, right. It's location equals location equals. Okay. And so if we looked into this pipeline, it would actually be like this whole nested structure of things. And actually, we'll look at one of the other basic examples, and I'll show you what this ends up creating for us. Ooh. No. Let's remove that. And there we go. So now if we go back here, it should just take a second to get live again. There we go. And we're back. All right. And I think I may call it a night, but it has been a long day of streaming. But let's see. I do want to show this really quick. I do want to show what it looks like, what we're ultimately creating. Let's look at one of the other tutorials. No worries, Joker. I appreciate everybody who hangs out. I'm just starting to get all like hunched up and been a long day. My throat is raw. Because I streamed for 3.5, 4 hours before this one, so I'm like 8+ hours of streaming today. I want to show what this ultimately creates because this is what we're going to be moving into. We're going to have to look at these randomly. So let's look at basic tutorial, I don't know, 2. .rs, let's see. Okay, yeah, so here we go. So we see we use this element factory to create a test source. Then we create the sink. Then we create a pipeline. Then we add our source and sink to the pipeline. And then we're setting properties on our source input. We're setting our pipeline state. And okay, so this one doesn't do it. Dr. Dumenberg's back with the pink. Did it not like adding all those to the pipeline? What do you mean, Rocker Boo? It was working. So this is what I'm showing kind of now is how we manually assemble our pipeline. Yeah, so if we look over here, it's streaming now. So what I'm showing now is just sort of the difference between when we look at like a, this is going to be under tutorials, source, bin, basic tutorial 1. Just looking at the difference between these, right? This is the same command we run on the command line and it assembles this giant pipeline for us. But sometimes we want much more configuration over what's going to take place here. We want to react to things. So this is what we're looking at, how we'll end up building the thing that I'm going to work on. So here you can see us creating each one of those individual sources, sinks, and what are known as filters. So this is our URI decode bin, which is similar to what that play bin does, except it just gives us a source. It determines, oh, this URI is an RTMP, it's an MP4, whatever. Then this is our audio convert and our sync, and this is a resampling filter. We create the pipeline. We add all of the sources, sinks, and filters to our pipeline. Here we are trying to automatically link the convert, resample, and sync. So what this is doing is it's basically creating its own little mini pipeline. So we haven't yet said how the data is going to get into the convert filter, but the output of the convert filter is going to go into the resample filter. The output of the resample filter is going to go into the sync. So here's our URI. And then this is where we start getting creative. So this is going to be a function that gets called whenever a new pad gets added, which starts getting really confusing. So in this case, we're printing the name of the pad and the name of the source that we found the pad on. So in this case, we're trying to grab a pad by the name sync off of the convert filter, and that's what's here. We're checking if it's already linked to something. This is where we're getting the capabilities for the pad. Just grabbing the first struct off of this. We're getting the name of that, so now we have the pad type. And if the pad type is an audio X raw, then we're going to return, because it's not raw audio. If we don't return, then we end up taking that pad that we just found and linking it to the source pad. And then we start our pipeline playing. Does that make sense to everybody? Because everything that we do in the future is going to be based off of all of this knowledge. And if I can even remember it, and if I don't screw up the Rust really, really poorly. Is it rusty? My Rust is probably going to be very rusty, and my G streamer is going to be rusty as well. It's going to be a very rusty G streamer. What's my count, Rocker Boo? All right, everybody. I think I am going to call it. It has been a long, long day of streaming, and I think maybe we should raid somebody. I forgot to raid somebody earlier. Thanks for the follow, Nate. No, I appreciate all of you. Thanks for hanging out. This is so much fun. I love turning coding into a social thing, and for everybody's help with the Rust. Anybody have any suggestions for who to raid? If not, let's see who else from Live Coders is streaming. TV, team, Live Coders. Who's streaming?
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
Let's see.
It appears we have a new follower.
We've got Milky Dev on. I suppose we could just browse. Who's in science and tech? Let's see. Where's science and tech? Strager's on. I like Strager. We've got some Unity. That's us. What happens if we raid ourselves? You wanna raid the Primogen? All right, let's do it. Oh, I just caught your message, Dr. Dumenberg.
Where's the other one? Well, I did not see Eric.dev rating me. This was the